Okay, good evening everybody. I've just started the recording for tonight. Can I just have a response by one or two of you on the chat session, that you can hear me and you can see me over the internet at this point. No point going on if you can't hear me, but I'll just check that out. So a couple of responses please and we'll be fine. Okay, I've got one yes, so that'll be fine. All right, before we get kicked off, just looking online, there's a couple of questions that have come up. It says, do we need to print out in class text PDF if I don't have a printer at home? Okay, I will mention this later tonight for everybody's sake when we're going through the resources and the class test, but you need to print that out. The pages are page numbered, and by having that printed out, it saves you having to prepare pages in the middle of the class test. Just easy to write on the template that I've already got for you. If you haven't got a printer at home, you've got more than enough time to go to the university to print them out on a printer here at the uni, or you can go down to Officeworks, or perhaps go to a friend and print the pages off so that you can do it. Okay, so I would strongly suggest that you write on the format that I've given you. It's got all the questions, it's got all the lines, the pages are in order, and as a result there, it makes your life much easier. If you haven't got a printer, invest your time wisely to get it printed out before the class test. Okay, the second question that came up is, do we have to do week 6 and week 8 in the reflective journals, as we won't have classes on those weeks? My answer to you for that is no, you won't have to do a week 6 journal entry, because that's your study week off, so I'm not giving you work to do there. And given that week 8 is the Easter break, and we're not doing a catch-up session for that, there won't be a lecture as such on that Monday evening. But you'll have other work that you might do in week 8. So I'm going to leave week 8 optional as to whether you want to write up what you've been studying, or how your journal's going, or problems that you've had with the getting of information. So that's for your choice. So I'll deal with that a bit later as well. All right, we'll get underway tonight, guys. I will now share my screen with you. And so whilst you see me looking away from the camera, when we do the share screen application, I'll be looking at you then. All right, so you're now seeing the screen that I've got projected. Okay, we are now in week 3. What I intend to do tonight is to go through the lecture. I will start that. We will have a break at around about 7 o'clock. Leading up to 7 o'clock, and then any questions that you've got you can put on the chat session. I will read the questions out, I will give you the answer responses, we'll have a short break after that, and then do the second half of the lecture, and do the same again with another break somewhere around about 8 o'clock, and then I will go through the workshop materials, the class test instructions, which I've loaded up onto the Moodle, and I'll speak on the answer template as well. Yeah, so that's where we stand tonight, guys. All right, let's get underway. Okay, so tonight, lecture 3 is defining the client's expectation and identifying factors that influence the cost, schedule, quality and sustainability of a project and its delivery. Okay, so in terms of the content, in defining a project team, there's many people that can actually go into the project team. Depending on how the contract is set up, it may include the client. Okay, so at worst, in setting up a project team, part of the outputs of that project team will be liaison with the client to make sure that what is actually being done is in in accordance with the contractual dealings. And then furthermore, you will want feedback from the client on the progress of the job to make sure that you are on track. And no doubt there will be some changes that need to occur that weren't anticipated at the original release of the contract. So a client and their engagement and discussion with the project manager will be an important part of that. However, we may have, in terms of how the contract is set up, that the client is actually part of the project team. Excuse me. In terms of the project manager, it stands to reason that you will need a project manager to run the project team, and the project manager will have contractual obligations, and they'll have operational obligations for the progress of the job and making sure that what is being produced is on track and is in alignment with what the client's expectations are. From some of the work that I've spoken to you on large civil engineering projects previously in other lectures, there may well be a financier required for the job. And the financier is effectively the person providing the money for the job. The client may be borrowing money for the work, or in terms of the project delivery, the project manager might be using a financier to finance the operations for that project. And in any case, the financier will want to know that the job is actually progressing satisfactorily in terms of the time schedule. They will certainly be interested in the budget and how that is being maintained and being met. And in terms of the quality of the work, so that there's not a lot of rework and a loss from the project manager and the building operations going through there, the financier will want to know about the quality of that project. And most interesting to the financier, they will want to know that the project is actually on schedule, because if the project is on schedule, the monetary returns to that financier is well understood. If the project starts to get out of hand and becomes unwieldy, the financier will be questioning the capability of the project manager and his team or her team in terms of the outputs of that job and whether the financier is going to be reimbursed. Okay, so they have a very big interest in terms of how that project team will come together. There may well be a legal consultant. The specialisation of the project itself may be beyond the capabilities of both the client and the project manager to specify on their own, either through inexperience or through the aspect of the work that it's highly technical in content and in a particular area. The sorts of things that you might have of legal consultants, and you'll have many of them, is if we're dealing with work for the government, okay, or you are doing a project which is a one-off and a really unique type thing. For instance, if we were building a nuclear power plant, okay, there would be a huge amount of necessity to have legal consultation on that, just in terms of the program and how it would fit in with the community and the government at large. There'd be other aspects there in terms of the technical capability of the people who's doing the work and whether they are likely to need other people from overseas to help them with that technical work if the experience doesn't exist in the country at the present time. Okay, there would need to be a design leader, okay, and it could be an architect, it could be a structural engineer, but in terms of the project, the design leader could also be a person with experience as a civil engineer or other specific profession if they've done the work before and they have been exposed to that and they know all the steps involved with it. Okay, but there would need to be a design leader as part of that project, irrespective of whether irrespective of which form of contract the project is let to do. Okay, other design consultants. We might need some other specialists. It might be a consulting acoustics engineer. It could be a person that's involved with facades and testing of facades. Okay, so they have very specialised skill sets in their own right. It could be a specialist area of work such as a bridge design, and with that there may be, because the bridges are mostly owned by government, there may well be specialist consultants who the government selects that you have to contract with as the design consultants over that bridge type work. And equally, we could get to organisations like Sydney Water, who are dealing with water supply, and they may have a preferred set of design consultants that have to be contacted and selected from to be authorised to do this construction work and design work for the project that would be done in a water sense. Okay, there would be a main contractor. In other words, we may have a situation where the project manager is actually running the project on behalf of the client, and with that, the authority has been given to the project manager to select the contractors to do the work, which would include the main contractor for that work. Alternatively, the client may have done a deal with a construction company, and that construction company is required to design and construct the project, in which sense the project manager would be the selected contractor, and the selected contractor would then take full responsibility for all the contractual undertakings for that particular job. Besides the main contractor, and I've mentioned this in previous lectures, the contractor itself, who is the main contractor, may not have all the technical skills to do all the finishing that's required in the job. So for instance, if we were building a nuclear power station, the main contractor might be a civil engineering construction company here in Australia, but because of the highly technical nature of the work, okay, they may need very specialist subcontractors to fit and furbish the nuclear reactor and all the other parts to that. So there would be specialist people that would come along as subcontractors for that project, which the main contractor would seek out and select for the delivery of that project. If it was being done and managed by a project manager, the project manager may specify to the main contractor who those specialist subcontractors might be, okay? And so that goes together. The more technical it gets, the more control needs to be given on who is selected as the subcontractors and how that interface between the main contractor and the subcontractor becomes efficient in the working outputs. Okay, there may be a cost consultant. So in terms of the client for the project or the project manager themselves, they may need to have somebody that's actually keeping a close tab on the finances of the job, and so that the budget matching can be done with what's expected and the expenditure throughout the job and what's actually being expended. There may be other consultants for the work. There may be environmental consultants that you would have to deal with. There may be some public liaison officers that you have to have in dealing with the general public in terms of this project, and to be able to answer questions that the general populace might want to know about the project and its outcome and its rollout. Okay, so and then there may be a situation where the client is putting this project together, the building itself or the structure itself or the outcome, whether it be a bridge or a building, may be used in a lessee type arrangement, where the lessee is to take up occupancy in that structure or use that structure. You may well have the project team may include the end user and their needs for that project for functionality once the job has been complete, because their work is quite unique in their own right. Okay, so lots of people come into the project team. The contract type has a really big part to play in how that project team comes together. But I've given you an outline there of most of the parties that would be needed and why they are needed in the delivery of a project. Okay, and I'm going to go through some of these points in more detail for you this evening. So if we go with the client defines the scope of work. Okay, generally the client is the paying person for this, so if they're expending their money on the project, it's to be expected that they should get what they're intending to buy. Okay, typically the client will need to be part of the project team for the reasons I've already stated. And if the client has particular knowledge, okay, they may want to be the project leader for the job. So other clients prefer hands-off. They would rather leave that leadership to somebody else. They'll delegate that to another party who is experienced. The party could be a project management organisation, or it could be issued as a design and construct contract, where they were prepared to enter into agreement with a major contractor to build the project, and that that particular organisation will have the ability to both design and construct the project, and they leave that all in the hands of that appointed contractor for that work. Okay, the clients can be public or private organisations. Generally, public organisations will be those controlled by government. It could be federal government or it could be state government. For instance, if we were doing a nuclear power station here in New South Wales, it would be unlikely that it would be a New South Wales initiated project. It would have a lot of oversight on that project, being power station for power generation for the country. So there would be both federal and state government authorities being engaged with that. And again, it could be a client who is willing to invest money into a project, and as a result there, that private organisation will dictate what they want as the bang for their buck, or the outcome for what they're trying to spend their money upon. Okay, in Australia, the Department of Defence is seen as the largest public client. Okay, so I'll leave it at that. I would expect that that's the case in many countries around the world. Okay, the clients initiate projects with specific needs and expectations. Okay, and we'll go through some of those in the next under the next heading. All right, so the client's expectations, if we're thinking through their detail, they're most commonly expressed in accomplishing the projects by meeting the budget cost, keeping on schedule, and achieving the required standards of quality for what they have asked to be done. Okay, so the client will define what they want, whether it's a building or whether it's a structure or it's a piece of industrial engineering for their own use, and with that will come a cost. With that will come a timetable, which is effectively got to be broken down to a construction schedule to meet that timeline. And at the end, they want a functional building or a functional asset that will meet the required standards that they're expecting that is to be produced for their project. Okay, with that comes client funding issues. Okay, so unless an organisation is really cash rich with what they produce, most clients will raise funds through borrowings. Okay, and there's a few different ways that they may do that. They may issue that as a shareholders' rights, okay, and on a public perspective, or they may choose to borrow money and be authorised to do so through a bank or a financier. Okay, some of the infrastructure projects that we have in Australia are set up using public-private partnerships, PPP models as we define them. Okay, in this case, the public and the private components of it is the public is generally the government. So the government wants something built. Things that I'm familiar with and common that you would be associated here in Sydney in particular is the roadway and the tunnel projects currently going ahead. Some are for rail under the Sydney Harbour at the moment, and some others like the M5 extensions and the interlinking between the M4 and the M5. That's all part of that process of where we want public infrastructure. But instead of the government paying for the whole lot, the government says, well, we won't pay for it. What we'll do is we will link with a private partnership with an organisation that's prepared to take and own this, and we'll allow them to put a toll on it. And over the life of the contract, which might be 30 or 40 years, there'll be a revenue stream created out of the outcome for that, and that revenue stream goes to pay back the borrowed funding that the private partnership has secured through banks and other financiers. Okay, so that's the general way that that's done here in New South Wales. If you've been looking at the newspapers and listening to the media in recent times, there's a lot of dissent over that model because we've used this a number of times, and particularly for the road transport network that we've got a huge amount of tollways on our road systems, and for all of the roads that are being put together, they've been allowed to increase at around about 4% per annum with their change in toll charges. And for all of the roads to get around Sydney now, it's costing individual organisations a lot of money in tolls each day, to the stage that the M5 East, a number of trucking companies have prohibited their trucks from using that. So instead of the trucks using that direct line through the M5 East, they're telling their drivers it's too expensive, use the overland road systems. And what's happening with the overland road systems as those trucks are coming off that major corridor and major private road, they're congesting streets through the suburbia by using the streets and not paying for the tolls for that purpose. Okay, so we've got a really precarious scenario at the moment as to what happens next and how many more projects that we run through public-private partnerships, or as stated in the next detail, a private finance initiative, because the public now are showing their dissent about all the tolls that they have to pay to use these public road infrastructure projects. Okay, and in the last year or so, we've had the Pennant Hills Road bypass, which leads on to the M1 out of Sydney and Sydney's north, and we've had a whole lot of other roads in and around Homebush, which is being used as a tunnel to divert the traffic from around St Peters and that area coming off the M5 and onto the M4. Okay, so that's where we stand. In moving to the public-private initiative, okay, these projects are a very specific type of public-private partnership, and it enables the public client to rely on a promoter to finance, build and operate the project for a concessional period. Okay, so it effectively means there that they're prepared to hand that over to an operator to organise the finances, build and operate the project, and at the end of the life of that contract, that project would then be handed back to the government. All right. So now we need to think about how we define a client's expectation. Okay. So why would a client develop a project? And the points that I've got up here, they may want to be the occupier of that project. In other words, they're looking to complete a project for their own requirements. So it could be an example that all of you will go through. At some stage you'll buy a home and you want to modify that, or you might buy a block of land and you will build yourself a home. So you're intending to occupy that premises once it's finished. Okay, it could be a business centre, it could be a factory. So the organisation or the client is needing more room to run its business, and so they need to move to other premises, and part of that could be that they either do a greenfield site where they take a new site in an industrial area and put a new building on it, or they may purchase a site with a building on it and then make substantial changes to that building to get it to the requirements that they would need to run their business. Okay. The other part is the client may well be an investor. So instead of being an owner and an occupier, they're wanting to put surplus monies into a project where they can make an income from, and they deem that better than bank interest and otherwise. So they're prepared to put some money into a new project, and the returns from that project is to their agreement and their liking, and so they're doing that for an investment purpose. Okay, next one, use, public use. So the money might be going into a project for public use, such as schools, roads, hospitals, water supply, telecommunications network are a few. So the client in that sense would be a government. Okay. It may be run by a government agency such as Sydney Water, such as the RMS, who look after our roads and our transport and rail transport. It could be aviation, which comes under federal government control, but again we might be expanding airports and terminals or extra runways, or in the case there for Sydney, we've got the Western Sydney Airport that's got to be developed in time, which is underway at the moment. But again, that's money invested by the government for the infrastructure needed by the society in which we live. Okay, lecture page 6. Okay, defining a client's expectation. There's a strict requirement for public accountability, and it is a main characteristic of public clients' spent of money. So what they're actually doing is they're investing the state's money, which is effectively our money as taxpayers, to develop these projects, and as such there's a requirement on the public authority to be able to justify the expense of those taxpayers' funds. It is supposed to be highly transparent, and there are processes available for that. Okay, the past practices of procuring projects using the traditional method of delivery is based on full documentation, awarding the contract to the lowest bidder, selected through an open tender system, and that is being replaced by more flexible tendering processes and procurement policies. Okay, I need to explain the traditional method of contracting for you. Okay, ordinarily what used to happen in the past is that the client would decide what they want, then they would engage a designer, and they'd say to the designer, we want this warehouse facility or this office facility, and they would set out their requirements for that. The designer would go away, and there would be an agreed set of discussions between the client and the designer as to what would be required under that design process. That would go through a number of iterations and changes, and eventually the outcome from the designer would be a set of full working drawings of what the client wants, which could then go away for engineering design. It would then go away at a later stage to be priced by a contractor. So in a traditional method of delivery, we do full design and documentation in awarding that contract, and we separate the design from the construction stage. Now, that allows the client to set up a contract where the client understands all those design steps really well. But if you think about the client and they want the facility for their own use, they may have a shortage of room and they need a bigger facility. So if this design process is going to take maybe 18 months, maybe 2 years to go through, quite clearly the client is not going to be very happy about that, because they need the space at a much earlier time. So as a result, we've gone in many cases away from a traditional method of delivery. Whilst it still can be delivered today, time is generally of the essence for everyone. And so rather than do the traditional method of delivery where we do all the design first up, and then we start the construction practice after that with fully documented design detailing, instead we will go to methods where we have in parallel design and construct happening. And what that does is it brings the construction procedure online much quicker. So instead of having that maybe 18 months or 2 years hiatus in getting all the design right, the client and engaging the contractor with a design and construct type project will bring that project to delivery much earlier. Okay, and so this time value of money is a really important step. And in today's operations, for a client wanting to build new facilities for their own usage, they will be wanting to compress that time frame from conception through to occupancy as small as possible. All right, so bids are now being based on their technical merit and commencing, sorry, I'll just move this up, the camera's in the way. Bids are now appraised on their technical merit and commercial viability, and not just by price alone. In previous times where it was all priced and we were just dealing with the lowest price, there's other things in play. As I said, time to be able to occupy that building and start usage of it is a key part. The other part is there that if we've got a very technical job that's being done, the technical merit will also come into consideration, because without that particular set of contractors or subcontractors in design or selection, the project won't get up anyway. Okay, and as soon as we start to involve a financing organisation, commercial viability becomes a key overriding factor on the return of assets borrowed, and you can be sure that the banks will want that payback period quite quickly. Okay, so in terms of dealing with the client's expectation, okay, so in the fundamental contract type, which was the traditional method of contract, we did a separate design and a separate construction contract. We now have combined design and construct contracts where we effectively hire the contractor to do the work, and in pulling that contractor together, they're responsible for the design. Okay, so that's how that would work. We can use construction management contracts, and when I commenced the lecture this evening, I talked about a project manager that the client would select to run the project. That project manager may be running a construction management contract, or the project manager selected may be dealing with the separate design and the separate construction contracts as their contract dealings with the client has defined the scope of the project. Okay, PPP contracts, these are public-private partnership contracts, are typical for the delivery of large infrastructure projects to government. Okay, and there was a comment that I put back on the discussion board today, late this afternoon. It was concerning a student asking where would they get information that civil engineering projects in particular is a buoyant part of the engineering fraternity. And the reply that I put back to them was about as we've urbanised Sydney and we're going from low density to medium and high density, everything in the city at this stage has to be scaled. So our transport systems have to be scaled. Our buildings, as we duplicate the floors in the land space there, what we're going to deal with is we're going to deal with all those other services that are needed for the higher concentrations of people. When we look at what's happened in this country over the last 2 years, we have had floods, we have had droughts, and we have had bushfires. Okay, and these are big impacts on landscape, and the part of engineering that looks after the development of the landscape is civil engineering. We do dams, we do roads, we do rail systems. So all of those areas there are part of civil engineering itself. So I've said, back to this dot point, PPP contracts are typical for the delivery of large infrastructure projects. In Sydney in particular, and New South Wales because of those environmental aspects that we've got, civil engineers at the centre of changing the dynamics of the city to go from low density to medium and high density. Okay, the client may also have build, own and operate contracts, and build, own, operate and transfer. Last week I think I gave you an example of a build, own and operate contract, and what I had said to you that the New South Wales government was short on jails. So rather than invest the money themselves into a new jail and spending the taxpayers' money, the New South Wales government defined that they needed a jail at just west of Lithgow, and as a consequence of that, rather than build the jail themselves or have a contractor build the jail, they released the contract as a build, own and operate contract in perpetuity. So what that enabled an organisation to do was to tender to win that project, and the outcome of that is that they would build the jail, they would own the jail, and they would operate the jail and be paid by the New South Wales government to do that contracted work. So there would have been rates struck between the government and the contractor that won the work, and consequently that jail operates under that contract terms. Now the organisation that won the contract for that was not the contractor. Okay, so it was an organisation that had the facilities to actually manage the jail, and once they got that head contract in place, they took the responsibility for building, and then they hired their contractor to do the construction work for that jail. So build, own and operate, it means there that there will be a contract in perpetuity to pay from the government to that private client to provide that service. Okay, we can have a boot project. So these are build, own, operate and transfer. That is exactly what is in place for the M2 motorway and probably many of the other motorways that have been opened in recent times. The government didn't spend the money. They used a PPP to get an organisation to finance that, and so that organisation put the money together. The contract was let viable for 25, 30, 40 years, and as a result, the private company that's invested the money on it gets the operating value out of that contract to make its money. But at the end of the time of the contract, which let's say it's 40 years, there'll be some written clauses within that contract that the person under contract in transferring the asset back to the government will have to meet some particular maintenance standards on the transfer of that asset back to the government authority. Okay. Last part is alliance contracts. I mentioned this in part last week. The client has a particular focus in using an alliance contract. The nature of the work may be that specialised that to have the client set up and then a contractor set up would be adversarial to having that contract finished on time, because the nature of the work requires actually input from both parties. So under an alliance contract, a deal is struck where all the technical resources from both the client and the selected contractor are available for use. And what we do is we take the best people and the best processes and we put that to the project. The outcome of doing that is we don't have problems in contract of frustration, and we don't have problems in contract where we've got one organisation stalemating another organisation. The idea is to identify the problems and then get to the solutions as quickly as we can with all the assets and available resources from either organisation to that purpose. The end point is the project will be finished on time much earlier. Okay, and so for the contractor, they will get their money in quicker in doing the work. The advantage for the client is that they get to own and use, or sorry, they don't get to own, but they get to use that project much earlier. Okay, and that suits government at the day. If they can bring a project in a number of months earlier, it looks good on their resume if they've got elections coming up, and that looks good in terms of being able to advertise to the public that the government has done a really good job in delivering this project earlier and on time. Okay. Also, with an alliance contract, generally the way that they're let is the size and scale of the project is such that the contractors can't finance it on their own, and they need a private financing organisation. The private financier, generally banks, will really drive the monetary aspects with that, and what they will want is the project giving returns as early as possible. So not only does the client benefit from that, the contractor is really heavily directed by the financier to minimise the time of the finance borrowings, and so there's actually two parts within that actually want that asset delivered much quicker, that being the financier and that being the government authority where it's usually done. Okay, we'll go to step 8. Okay, wants and needs. Okay, so one of the things that you need to have understanding on is a client will have wants and they will also have needs for the work. The needs are the things that they need, that are required to do their job. Okay, the wants are probably what I would call the dressing to the project in its finished form. Okay, and it's really important to separate these out, because generally the wants will be really expensive and it actually doesn't meet with the client's requirements for that job to be functional. Okay, the needs are what they have to pay for. The wants is a nice to have, and if there's additional money for that, they may include some of those wants. Okay, the needs of large commercial clients who invest in construction projects are driven by their long-term corporate plans. Okay, and I can't overstress that. It's not what it looks like, it's about how the things to function over the life of the project that they're investing in. Okay, they know the need and they operate with a clear business strategy for that project delivery. Okay, if we go to smaller organisations, they generally don't have as well defined a business strategy, and so with smaller organisation, they may get confused over the difference between their needs and their wants by overemphasising issues in their project desirabilities instead of just their needs. So I hope you all understand that clear difference. The needs is about project functionality. The wants is about how we impress others. Okay, and wants generally will differ from different people in the organisation, but the needs won't. Okay. So in turn, this often leads to a loss of focus if we are concentrating on wants and we haven't got that discrimination between the needs and the wants clearly understood. And what it will do in contract, it will cost time, it'll cost money, and inevitably, if the wants take over and they're not clearly understood, what we're going to have is a financially unviable project or a project that will run out of money, and that's not good for either the client, it's not good for the financier, and clearly the contractor's not going to get paid. All right, it's just coming up to 7 o'clock. I will deal with the questions that have been put on the chat session at the moment. I will read these out. I will then answer them. After that, we'll have a 10-minute break, so I need to re-oil my throat with a bit of water, and we'll resume again. Okay. Right. So I've already dealt with the week 6 and the week 8 reflective journals on what you need to write. Nothing in week 6 because that's your study time and catch-up period. Week 8 there won't be a lecture, but you may choose, if you want to write about aspects of the course and your dealings in week 8 for what you've done. All right, next question. When will I upload the in-class test on the Moodle? Okay, at this stage, I have open on the Moodle a trial for you to download 2 sheets and to write on with your handwriting and to upload those 2 sheets by forming a PDF with the either the scanning or the photography that you've done of those 2 sheets using a camera. I'm not in the habit of having multiple portals opened. So what will happen, and I'll mention again this in the workshop, that portal where you can upload your trial test to make sure that you can combine those sheets together as a single PDF. I'm going to close that in accordance with the instructions at 6 p.m. on Friday afternoon. After that period of time and on Saturday morning, you'll see the Moodle open up with the class test number 1. Okay, and what will happen is that will open automatically at 10 a.m. If you open the Moodle before then, you will not see the PDF, which is the class test. Okay, so on Saturday morning, if you open the Moodle a few minutes to 10, it won't show that PDF. Once 10 o'clock clicks over, you click on the portal again. It will give you the class test for you to open or download as you choose to do so. Okay, and because I've already given you the answer sheet template that I want you to use, okay, it will align with the class test and you just write your answers in hand script onto those pages. Pages are all numbered, so it's easy for that to come together. All right, I'll say a bit more about that in the workshop. Okay, next question. In a boot contract, will the government purchase the land for the project? Okay, so build, own, operate and transfer. The answer to that is the government already will acquire that land. So if they want to put a road corridor in, they will have done their due diligence on that, determine where the road route is, and before they release the build, own and operate and transfer contract, that corridor will be possessed. The same thing would happen if the federal government or it was decided in New South Wales here that we were going to produce a nuclear power plant for power generation. There would be a number of sites that would be tested for that purpose. Ultimately, one would be selected, and they would have that site locked down before they release the project for that purpose. Okay, next question. For the dot point brief, does the paragraph renumbering restart under each heading? So what I would do under that scenario, your dot points will be just dot points under that heading. Okay, the paragraphs themselves can be numbered. The idea is if you gave out your dot point brief and it was 3 pages long and you were talking over the internet to me and I had the other copy of it, when you want to talk about a particular topic, you might talk about a heading on page 2, or you may go and describe a paragraph. Okay, so that would be the way that would function. So for the dot point brief, does the paragraph renumbering restart under each heading? The answer to that is no. What I would do with each paragraph, I would call it paragraph 6, 7, 8. If there's a new heading and there was a new paragraph, I'd start with paragraph 9 under the new heading. Okay, in that way, you will not get confused with the paragraph numbering. And if you're dealing with another person remotely, on the dot point brief, you'll say to them on page 2, paragraph 6, and they can go to that straight away. So that's the way you would deal with that. Think about when you're putting a dot point brief that you've got to give an explanation to another person, and you want them to be able to understand how you're talking about the problem. And when they ask you a question, they're asking you a question about a particular item which is numbered under that detail. If there's dot points under that heading, they'll just say paragraph 6, dot point number 2, could we discuss that? And you may find that when they're talking to you, they'll say, I understand paragraph 1, we don't need to discuss that. Paragraph 2, we need to discuss. I understand dot points 1 and 2. Could you explain dot point 3? So in a discussion using a dot point brief and limited time between the boss or the person that you're communicating with, you don't have to go through all of the points. If you've done your job well, you're going to talk about the differences, not all the points that are on the page. Okay, and generally the person that you're writing to with the dot point will leave that discussion on what they want further explained, or asking you to give the reasons why you've outlined the explanation of that dot point at that time. Okay, next question, which is the last one. Should be uploaded before the in-class test. Okay, so yes, it will be uploaded. I'm not exactly sure whether you're talking about the dot point brief or the class test itself, or me uploading the class test onto the Moodle. I'll work on the basis of the class test onto the Moodle. So the portal will be opened for the class test before the exam starts. I'm not opening it until I close that one down at 6 o'clock on Friday evening, okay, because I'm only going to have one portal open at a time. The portal itself you will not be able to access because it's time limited, and come 10 o'clock in the morning, it will then open to you as the class test, for which you'll be able to download the PDF at that time. Okay, we need some time to print out, especially for those who don't have a printer. Okay, so you guys need to organise yourselves under that scenario. I have given you, for the class test, 20 minutes. Sorry, I have given you 85 minutes on the instruction, and that is to download the class test, to read the instructions, which will include printing out, and then you have 75 minutes to answer your questions. You then have a further 20 minutes to scan and upload your work, and so combined you have a 105-minute window from 10 AM on Saturday morning to get me your responses. Now, I'm going to say this to all of the students, because we are dealing with the courses in the majority online. For you guys to function online, you need a computer. You need to be able to download, and so you need a storage device for that purpose. You also need a microphone, and you also need a camera for doing workshop sessions for some courses. Okay, because we are online, there's other parts of hardware that you need. I see a printer in this day and age in working online that you need to procure as part of your hardware set. Okay, now you can get them quite cheaply from Officeworks and elsewhere. However, you can also use other facilities where you can go to centres to get things printed out in your own right. You can use the New South Wales University Library for that purpose. Equally, you could come into the Civil Engineering building and get to some of the computer rooms and the workshop rooms involving computer and print the stuff out here. However, I'm not making the allowance for you. If you haven't got a printer and you want to print this out on Saturday morning, you have to make the arrangements for that yourself. Okay, now that's a reasonable expectation. If you have two screens, you might be able to open the screen up, one of the screens up using your computer. Okay, and to download that assignment, just leave it on the screen, and then you have your template to write your answers on, and then you have your other screen where you can look things up in the notes for that purpose. Alternatively, you might decide to print out your notes and your workshop materials and have those so that you can look them up and just leave the other on screen. Another alternative is you may have two computers, and you have an old computer and a new computer, and you open one up and you deal with the new computer to look up your notes and other things. Okay, so there's a few ways that you can do it, but I'll put it to you guys, and it's a reasonable expectation with us now working online, that the minimum tools that you need is actually a printer as part of that set of hardwares to do your courses effectively. Okay, if you are checking the wording on an assignment, it's really hard to check that on screen. You actually need to download and print out the assignment. If you're working alone, one of the ways to make sure that your English makes sense is to stand up and physically read the paper and read all the words on the page. If it makes sense, it will be easy for you. If it doesn't make sense, you will find out where the areas are. You don't get that just reading a computer screen. Okay, so be aware of that. All right. Okay, so the question is, if you haven't got a printer and you can't access a printer, can you write down the answers on separate sheets with the question numbers? Yes, I'm happy for that to occur. Okay, so it's up to you. I've given you a template to work on. That's by far the best way to do it. Okay, but you're at liberty to do that. Also, guys, you can answer the questions in any order that you want. Okay, so you'll probably start with the questions you can answer easiest. Okay, and think about it. You're trying to get maximum marks, so you'll time your test for your 75 minutes into time slots for those 5 marks each, and the 10-mark question that's being made available in Part B. And the consequence of that is that you might answer question 1 first, then you might jump to question 3, and you'll see the gaps on your pages that you haven't answered, and you'll work towards those harder questions as you go. Okay, if you're doing it the other way and you're writing on your own paper that you're going to scan, you might do question 1 first, question 3 after that, question 4, question 5, okay, question 7, on to question 8, back to question 2, and then to question 6. Okay, but you've got to keep track of the questions as you've answered them. All right. Okay, there has been another question here. Can we write electronically using handwriting, laptop, pen? No. Okay, this is to be hand scripted on paper. Okay, so no variation on that. If you do it electronically, you're going to get punished. Okay, and I won't be marking your test. So I want you to handwrite it, scan it, and upload it. No, it's fair and equitable to everybody else. On the Moodle this afternoon, I responded to a person with that. Part of that is when you get into industry, you are going to be expected to be able to complete handwriting. For much of the teaching that's going on right around the world at the moment, and it's even worse in school, we're getting students that are doing everything electronically, and they're actually not getting any practice in handwriting. So part of the procedure that I'm putting for you is to keep you centrally understood that you will be doing writing to other people by hand notes and other things, and so you need to get a degree of detail. When I look at laptops with handwriting on it, it is really scratchy just because of the lack of friction between the pen and the paper that you normally use. With those pens on screen, they tend to run a bit, and the handwriting is not what you would ordinarily produce. Okay, next point. Okay, so the way I understand this is we print out the answer sheet template before the class test, correct? We download the class test on Saturday at 10 AM, correct? We use the template to answer the questions using our own handwriting, correct? We upload the scanned and photo completed answer sheet to the portal, correct? Point number 5 is do that practice test so that you know how to combine multiple sheets into a single PDF. Okay, now I'll spend some time at the end of the workshop time tonight to talk about the class test in particular, but you've covered most of the things already. Okay, do we need an open camera and mic in class? No, you don't. Okay, if you have problems with the paper, what I will do is I will have you guys phone me in. That's the quickest and easiest way to do that. Okay, the next detail is that if it is something that I need to outline to the whole students, I will put it by way of an announcement. That'll come across to you on the Moodle, and you'll have your Moodle open anyway. So as a consequence, you'll get that announcement for that purpose. Okay. So is it fine? So is it fine to handwrite answers on A4 paper or not? Yes, it is. Okay, but take my lead. I've already prepared the answer sheet for you, so just write on the lines I've given you. Okay. Okay. Okay, and I don't care which order you answer the questions in. So if you do it on your own paper and the question order is all out of sequence, no problems. I will find it when it's scanned and I will mark it as you submit it. Okay, so that's easy for me. All right, it's now 8 minutes past 7. Let's have a 10-minute break. If you can be back here just before 20 past 7, so 18 past 7, we'll get cracking again with the second half of the lecture, and then I'll finish off with another question session coming into 8 o'clock. Okay, thanks guys. I'll leave the notes up as such, and I will close my camera down and my sound down so that you're not seeing me eating and drinking. Okay, see you soon. Okay, I'll resume the lecture now, guys. We got to the beginning of page 10. I'll scroll that up the page, so if anybody's watching this or re-watches the video, because I haven't moved that page, you'll be able to scroll through really quickly, then pick up where I'm moving this to and cut that 10 minutes out quite readily. Okay, the role of the design team in meeting the client's needs. Okay, so the design team must first learn as much about the project as possible and its scope, and particularly the client's needs and objectives. Okay, so they need to separate what the wants are, the client's wants, and work out what the client's actual requirements are, which are their needs. The design team will have a clear understanding of the specific requirements defined in the project brief. Okay, and that project brief still needs to be checked that the client's needs exactly as has been stated. The project manager has the role to communicate the necessary information to the team. So communicate the necessary information to the team and clarifies issues on decisions already made. Okay, so if there's been agreement with the project manager with the client on the expectations and it's not clear in the documentation, there needs to be an update and a briefing on that so that the design team can work unhindered with that process. The project objectives are then to prioritise, and these impact on the preliminary design concept and help to establish a realistic cost and time schedule. So as the design team gets into the work, whilst the scope's been understood and whilst the timeline has been understood of what they've got to do, what they need to check back on is that both that client's needs and the requirements within contract are being both fully met and meshed, and then from there they can get the pricing and the time schedule for that project to be completed. Okay, ordinarily, and this is important in public infrastructure projects, if you were to build a road project for the Road and Maritime Services, they would specify the type of road that they want. So it might be four lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, and they want the project to be delivered using flexible pavement, which is effectively an asphalt design. In many cases there, if the government is able to see with recognised contractors they can get a better deal, then what they will do is they will probably ask the contractors to put in a complying bid. So all of the people would have to put in a bid for what was being asked, which was the asphalt roadway. And then they might ask for alternatives. So we might have an agency or a construction company that's really good at building concrete roads, and they decide to price the concrete road, and the concrete road might be maybe half as expensive again as what the original asphalt design was. They will then judge the asphalt pavement by all of the contractors that put in complying bids, and they might select 2 or 3 people the government wants to enter into further discussions. And one of those might be somebody that's put in a concrete road alternative. Through the agency, which would be the RMS here in New South Wales, they would discuss the asphalt road, and then they would discuss with that alternative bid being a concrete road, what are the benefits that they might get, even though they're spending far more money in putting in a concrete road to that. And part of the discussion might come back would be change in maintenance procedures. It might be a shorter or quicker construction time. Okay, it may be more robust in terms of meeting some of the environmental issues that have got to be coped with over the entirety of the road route. So there's reasons why these things might get up, and the end point is there is the government of the day would, through its agency, the RMS in this road delivery program, would either select a contractor. It doesn't necessarily have to be the cheapest, but what they're after there is value. And so which contract at what price gives them the best value for all of the things that are involved with that project. Now, I want you to keep that value concept in your consciousness, because it's not always the cheapest price that should win the work. It's about what money gets spent and what value you get for your money as a result of that process. All right, let's see, dealing with the client's cost estimate. Okay, so we've got a client that's actually wanting to do a job. They release the tenders for that. One of the things that the client needs to know is where is the fair value for what's being offered. So what you will find is the client will often have a person do a pricing estimate to get an idea of what this project is worth and what the expectancy is from the contractors at the time for what they are expecting to offer to do that work. So they may choose to bring in a quantity surveyor to work out the cost of construction. If it's a specialist area of work requiring tunnelling and other things, they would need specialists pricing people to do that work for them. But at the end of the day, the client needs to know how they determine where their value is. So a cost estimate represents a cost benchmark against which the submitted tenders can be addressed. So we might have a number of key contractors that are wanting to do that job. Contractor A has got a fair bit of work on. They've got good continuity. They don't necessarily need to win this project, and so they put in a bid, which is a fair bid, but it's not a cheap bid. Okay, it might give reasonable value. Whereas we might have contractor B that's pricing that job, and contractor B has actually been starved out of work for a little while. They haven't done a job. They've got a heavy crew commitment with their wages going out each week, and they really want the job. So they'll put in a cheap price to do the work just to get the turnover so that they can get relief from their financing, that they can keep all of their people employed. And it's important to them because that people working in the team gives them their edge and gives them their capability. So a client without a lot of work on may choose to price the project cheaper. So if the owner or the client has actually done their costs, they will know what a fair estimate of work is for that, and they will see that the first contractor, contractor A, being more expensive, it may be still in the realms of acceptability, but they're going to have to weigh up what value is being given in terms of that price estimate. Okay, with the other one, they might see that the price is very low, and if the price is too low, the question that the client will then ask is, what shortcuts is this contractor going to do to complete this job? Okay, and as a result there, they may be hesitant if the price is too far below what their cost estimate is for the particular project. Okay, so they might set an upper limit of, say, plus 10%, that they're prepared to enter into discussions with contractors that are pricing the job that's over and above their preliminary estimate by 10%. But if the project goes substantially below their budget, they may just dismiss those clients and say, no, this is not offering us good value because it's going to be too hard for us to manage, and we don't know how that what shortcuts are going to be taken by that contractor. So it's really important for them to actually have a cost estimate for those purposes. They may still enter into a discussion with that person who's put in the really cheap project offering, and the client, in dealing with that contractor, may get that the contractor says that we haven't got a lot of work on at the moment. I just need a project that I can be turning over some money to keep my employees together. They may have a history of working together before, and they've done good work before, but just the present time in the employment stakes means that this contract is prepared to drop their price for the satisfaction of being able to hold their team together. Right. So, e.g., I've got at the bottom of the page there, say a price that comes in at 8% below the client's estimate. It may be deemed as not having enough profit for the bidding tenderer to win the work properly, and the project manager would then be questioning on that work quality that's likely to be completed and the potential cost for cost overruns. Okay, or if the work is done too cheaply and there has to be rework on it, how long the project takes to be delivered. Okay, so there's a lot of estimating and a lot of hedging from both sides of the contract between potential tenderers and the client as to where they perceive that value. All right, in the preceding outline, scope, cost and time has been dealt with at the planning and tendering stage. The question now becomes one of construction execution in maintaining the project within the estimate bounds. And the way that I've dealt with that is I've given you the overlander outline, and the circumstances are there. The scope is the work to be done, properly defined. The schedule is the time frame to be done within, and budget is clearly the money to be spent on the project or to be delivered at a particular detail. Linking between those is quality. Okay, and if we don't get quality through the build, okay, we can find that there may be some rework. If there's rework, there's going to be additional cost. Now that may be at the contractor's expense, but the downside for the client, if there's rework, that means that there's going to be more time taken on the job. And as a consequence of that, it's likely that the schedule or the timing for the delivery of that project will be extended. Okay, if we don't get the scope right, okay, in defining what we want, okay, we're not going to get accurate pricing for what we want to be built. And the end point is there that the likelihood is that we will get something that's substandard in terms of how it's been interpreted, and the client will not be happy with the outcome of that. So the quality in writing the document, the quality in defining what the expectations are, so this is about needs instead of wants, and the quality between what's been delivered and getting the job finished on time impacts that whole triangle, and you can see the arrow points go each way in terms of how quality impacts schedule and budget, likewise budget and scope, and then scope through to the schedule. All right, so that's the detail there. Now, the client's expectation, let's talk about sustainability. This is a really important point. And what I want you to think about through the week, and you might want to put this into your diary, is how do you define the different types of sustainability for construction projects? So most of these things are civil engineering. They're parts of infrastructure for our society, and they're used by the general populace. So road infrastructure, everybody uses roads. Hospitals is a requirement for the whole of society. We have another transport system through rail systems. Buildings, they can be public buildings, or they could be private buildings for places of business, okay? Or they could be clients who have invested money to get an income return out of the renting and the usage of that building, okay? Water supply systems, okay? How would we address sustainability in those? Telecommunications, okay? If you think about that, we've gone from 3G to 4G to 5G, okay? What's needed in that? There's a whole lot of hardware in terms of masts and the hardware that's got to be upgraded as we change that signals and modes of communication for those different systems. And then we've got all sorts of other telecommunication issues that go once we go through the digital domain as well. Houses is slightly different. Houses is probably building rather than engineering. But again, on a small scale, I opened the lecture up this morning about you may be dealing with a house where you've got a greenfield site and you're going to have built for you a house to a design that you want, and you've employed an architect or a building designer for that purpose to get what you want. And again, at a personal basis, you'll be specifying the needs that you want in the first instance. And then there's all the like-tos, which are the wants that you want to have in terms of the finish, but you may be not able to afford it at this point in time. So it operates on a personal basis in terms of houses, but it works also on a functional basis for that. So sustainability, think about those projects, about exemplars or an example of how you would measure sustainability for these projects. And they're all different parts of what I'll term infrastructure for society that civil engineering has, and each has very specific requirements for sustainability. Okay, so good diary point for you to consider. All right, that concludes the lecture material for tonight, so we've got through that. Okay, what I might take, if you guys have got any more questions, I'll deal with those at this stage, and then after that, you may not have any at this stage. I might launch into the workshop material, and then I'll get into the class test. We'll probably have a break after the workshop material for you to ask some more questions, and after the break come back and speak about the class test, and I'll put some points across that I want to raise. Okay, so let's get back to week number 3, the workshop material for that. Okay, so I've got here the sustainability question I just dealt with. Okay, so how do we deal with sustainability being maintained in engineering project work? Okay, we have different aspects and stages of the project. We have the design. Okay, so that might be about selecting the best materials that meets the criteria for usage. That's an easy part there. But the design could also include the functionality of the building and the ingress and egress of the building, and the sustainability aspects that might come up with that, maybe evacuation of the building in an emergency. Okay, how does that system all come into functionality? Okay, and what we're doing in sustainability is to be able to preserve life of the people that are using that building and get them out safely through the egress connections. Okay, construction. One of the easiest ways to deal with this is minimise construction waste. So you might think about, for the materials that you order, what are the quantums that we order in so that we do minimise that waste? Or can we have some prefabrication take place where we actually don't get waste with that material being produced off-site, being brought to site and put together directly into the project for the process that needs to be taken. An example of that might be reinforcement cages for piers and beams. Can we manufacture those off-site so they are able to be directly installed and there's not the need for that construction and waste of material on site? Okay. Likewise, if we are talking about a multi-storey building and we have facades, okay, we may be building the facades at another location away from the project, but so that the facades fit, we may need to be able to look at the sustainability issues. The last thing we want to do is bring facade elements in that are not within dimensional tolerances that we want. So we may have, as part of that sustainability, a checking process at the place of manufacture. And I do know that on some of the major buildings that have been built in Australia, the contractors doing that work have got all that facade work taking place in other countries around the world. That facade is imported into this country, and the consequence of that is if they don't get the dimensional tolerance right in the country of manufacture, there's no point sending the facade elements because they won't fit. So what they have is a whole process in that other country where they're looking at the dimensions, and they're looking at a sustainable process in terms of the functionality of that projects for their quality of units that are being exported, so that they meet compliance before they leave. Okay, and then we've got end of project life. What do we actually do with this structure that we've built at the end of its life? Can it be refurbished? Okay, so in the case of hospitals, this is a really good example. The way that they build hospitals here in Australia is they're built as a framed building, generally out of concrete with a floor on it, and the building is built with hardly any surfaces in the concrete frame. So they're built as a series of boxes, and they're functional boxes in terms of how they're used. So for instance, if you go into a hospital on the ground floor, they will have an entranceway there, and then they'll have an emergency services element within the hospital. That emergency services is all kitted out with all the facilities they need in it. And the way that they do it is they actually have an elevated floor, and that elevated floor, underneath the floor, happens all of the water, all of the electrical services, the wiring, computing, all of that detail, and in that concrete cell that makes up that emergency services, they fit that out accordingly. Okay, 20 years time, they find that they've got to refurbish the hospital. They don't refurbish the whole lot at once, but they will take one of those cubicles, strip it down, whether it's on the first floor, the second floor, or otherwise, and they will reconfigure the hospital with the latest updates with machinery and equipment. And with that will come all of the services such as water, such as electricity, all those computing services for the new layout. So those cells are built so that the hospital is functional for a usable lifetime, and they can refurbish the hospital and reuse it by just stripping out those cells one at a time and repurposing those cells with the new technology. And let's face it, the medical industry has technology updates happening constantly, and as a result, some of those hospitals will have an end of use life usage just because of the redundancy of new equipment that's replaced them. So they need to be able to refurbish the hospital accordingly. All right. On other projects, it may be a stage where we can rehabilitate that. So on a life of an asphalt road project, we may find that the life of the asphalt road project is short-lived once the rideability is unsatisfactory, and then what we then do is we repurpose the road by refurbishing it with new asphalt layers, removing soft spots or areas where it's broken down over time, and we refurbish that road with a new asphalt layer that meets all the requirements for rideability and good usage. Okay. Other things, we may have buildings, and as we are looking at Sydney at the moment, and it's going from low density living to medium and high density living, we may have aspects of society and particular parts in community where we need to build new community hubs, and as a result there'll be complete demolition of former structures to re-accommodate how the new city design is looked at. So how do we recycle those materials? Can we salvage some of those elements within that building as second-hand goods to be used elsewhere across society? lots of questions of end of life of project, of how that comes about. All right, so go through that last slide in week 3, look at the sustainability issues, think about how that might be applied in those different projects, and that will put you on good standing for industry and thinking about how you put purpose to the designs that you're and the construction processes that you're using. Okay, so you can write about any of those aspects of work in your diary, and you can deal with it as it suits you, from a design purpose or a construction purpose or an operations and maintenance or a project salvage at end of life. Okay, but in this day and age, you need to think carefully on the use of materials and make sure that we get the very best out of those materials through their usage. After all, we put a huge amount of energy into developing materials and construction processes. If it just gets torn down and then taken to tip, we've lost a huge amount of energy that's been put into society, and we don't get any return if it just gets buried and put into a tip. In fact, we make our natural environment even worse because of that. Okay, understand the client needs. Think about that Overlander schematic representation of the scope, schedule and budget, and the quality of work produced. So way it goes with the class test this week, you've got enough to read, so you don't need any additional readings this week. Okay, your dot point brief, it's not due until week 4. I will not open the portal for submitting the dot point brief until next Monday. So the class test on Saturday will be the only portal open, so that way I won't wind up with people putting wrong things into wrong locations. And so as that comes together, that's what I need to deal with you. Okay, ensure that you meet the dot point brief submission time so as to avoid the late penalties associated with late submissions. Now, I want to make mention of why I'm getting you to do this dot point brief. Okay, so you're doing it on an Australian construction company, and it could be a design company, it could be construction, it could be a materials supplier. Okay, what I'm putting you through here is a series of questions, 12 different headings about things that you need to know about an organisation. If I turn this around and said that company X is advertising for a graduate or a postgraduate engineer, which you'd all be eligible to apply to do that work, you'd need to know a little bit about that company. What I've set you here in preparing this dot point brief are the sorts of things that you would need to know about that company in preparing for interview. In going to the company and knowing a bit about what they do, at least you are showing interest and keen interest in the company, which will be picked up by the interviewer from within that company that you've actually taken time to understand what their business is. All right, on the Moodle today, I responded to a question that came up over the weekend that for a private company, the particular individual couldn't find a lot of data out about what their 5-year turnover is, and particularly their profit. Okay, I had also put on the Moodle last week that you have other resources that you can use outside of your own search capabilities. Okay, you guys are all postgraduate students, and particularly for new students here and doing other courses, you don't have to find all the information. If you put an inquiry to the library on things that you were doing, so the way that I would do it is I would submit my assignment. So you might submit the dot point brief. You might tell the librarian there, and you're after an engineering librarian to support you with this. You might say that I'm dealing with private company and give them the name, and saying in this dot point brief I've got to provide 2 points about each of these headings as per the detail, and I'm having troubles getting hold of information about how this company deals with its profitability or what its turnover is each year. Can you help me? Okay, and what you will find is you'll get some feedback from people that are used to doing particular searches and very specific searches, and the librarians will talk amongst themselves, and I expect within a day or so, or maybe a couple of days, that you'll get feedback for that. So if you've got to submit this on the 10th or the 11th, whatever that date be, I don't suggest that you write to them on the day before expecting to get an answer the same day. But given where you are at the moment, and you've got another week or more to submit, you'll be able to get some feedback from the people for that. Now, for some companies, it may be impossible to get that data if they're not a publicly listed company, but besides your own ability to search for the information, they have other networks and processes, and part of that exists within government circles that they may be able to access some of that detail for you. Okay, and if you're doing courses in other sections of the degree outside of construction, you will be able to access support for your searches. So they will look that detail up if you're concise with what you want. They won't do all the work for you, but they will show you how to get it in the first instance, and in some cases they will get you the information. But what you will do is you will learn more how to search wider and use other facilities. Okay, so as an undergraduate student, this is not available to you. You have to do the work yourself, but as a postgraduate student, you are able to have people within the library to do searching for you, so make use of it. Okay, and since we're working remotely, and many of you can't get into the library because you're overseas, you guys need to think really carefully to do that even further. All right, next thing, dot point brief marking criteria. I mentioned last week, and it was asked online if I could put the marking criteria up for that. So the dot point brief, I think is worth, I can't remember, I think it's for 15%, but within that 15%, I will mark it probably out of 50 or 100, and the way that I have done that is I've given you the percentages that I have chosen to break that down. So in the first instance, I had asked you for a structure, and so I want you to follow that structure in terms of the dot point, how it's presented. So there'll be up to 10% of the marks given for that. And then the quality of your dot point brief is set out for its clarity. Okay, remember that when you give a dot point brief out, somebody will be reading it from another location, or they may be in the same room with you, and what they will want to do is to be able to follow that dot point and be able to talk to you about that. So set out becomes important. Clarity of your dot point briefs. So this is about how you've structured your writing, and that's worth 30%. And the writing is factual and informative and well constructed. So they're the major parts of the dot point brief, worth another 30%. Your correct use of English, spelling and grammar and style, 10%. And the additional page will be worth 10% of the information we have sourced that, set out in Harvard author surname alphabetical order, and where you've used internet services and you've accessed detail online, that you've got all the appropriate information for that as part of that set out process. So that's the dot point brief marking criteria, and nobody should be have any problems there. I'm just adding up to all of the percentages. Yeah, all the percentages add to 100, so I haven't got any mathematical issues there. All right, discussion on the Belbin analysis and the Honey and Mumford questionnaire. I still haven't uploaded the Mr. Bean exemplar for you guys. I will do that through the course of this week over the next couple of days. I will tell you now that your Belbin analysis and your Honey and Mumford questionnaire are for your purposes. they won't be examined, nor will they be questioned in the class test. Okay, so if you haven't done that work at the moment, you're probably robbing yourself of input to your week 2 workshop. But in terms of studying that for the test, no need to do that. There won't be any questions about that in the class test. Okay, what I might do at this stage is I might have another break of 10 minutes. If there's any questions that you guys want to enter, please do that now, and I'll wait for a minute or two. If there's any discussion, I'll deal with that. Outside of that, it's just on 7:54. So if we come back at 8:05, that'll give me time to re-oil my throat again, and for you guys to think on any other questions over the shutdown time that we might speak on. So I'm not seeing any new questions now, so let's have that break. We will resume here at 8:05. I'll go through preparation for class test number 1, and we'll continue on from there. Okay, I'll leave this on screen so that if anybody is reading this, they can fast track that through. As I come back online, I will move the page so you can scrub that 10 minutes out quite quickly and then get to where I'm readdressing this. Okay, I'll turn my camera off, my microphone off, and see you at 8:05. Okay, we'll get underway, everyone. Next point to discuss is the preparation for class test number 1. Okay, I've put on the Moodle, and I'll just move this so that if anybody's watching this on replay, they know where I'm talking again. Okay, so in preparation for class test number 1 on the Moodle, I had given you that trial test. It's worth no marks. The detail behind that is that I want you to get into the understanding of how to combine 2 sheets of paper or more into a single PDF file for uploading. Okay, so you can write what you want on that set of instructions. I want you to scan it, photograph it, scrutinise how you've photographed it so that it's able to be read when it's uploaded. And so when you go to do your class test number 1, you've got all of that understanding behind you for when you go to upload your work and how to deal with that. Now, I will leave that trial test for you to perform. I want you all to have a go at that. It will be open until 6 p.m. on Friday. After that, it will close, and the next thing that you will see open is in the Moodle will be class test number 1, and it will come up. You will not see the submission portal at that point, but what you will see is it will say that the class test will open at 10 a.m. and the submission portal will be open from 10 a.m. through to 12 p.m. Okay, and I've said that you've got 105 minutes in the instructions to upload your work. So if you go from 10 o'clock and add 105 minutes, that takes you through to 11:45 Sydney time. The portal will remain open for another 15 minutes, but you guys will be penalised if you upload after 11:45. The reason that I leave it open is there may be somebody who has got an internet access problem, and they actually don't start the test until a little bit later. I will be able to see on the Moodle of when people have been able to access, and no doubt at that stage the person will have been in contact with me by telephone saying that they couldn't start at 10 o'clock because they couldn't open it. I can check that when they did open the portal, and it will allow them to make their submission. Okay, so, but everybody should be looking to have all their uploading done by 11:45. Now, I will also add that because you've got to work off the template which I've said and given to you as 5 pages long, there'll be somebody that will leave one of the pages out. They will scan 4 pages, upload it onto the Moodle, and realise that the 5th page has been left out, or one of the pages is left out. You will not be able to upload that at that point in time. If that occurs to you, okay, what I want you to do is to scan that extra page straight away and email it to me, okay? And just say there that I missed scanning that page in, and as you email it to me, I will deal with that as I receive it. So, so after you've done your upload, check that you've got all the pages in when it's been done. If you've missed anything out, email it to me straight away. I will be able to tell straight away who's genuine and who's not from the time that it takes you after you've submitted your test online to then email me that additional page. Don't use it as a mechanism to extract more time to write your answers, because I will be all over that in terms of how that goes. Now, that leads to the next issue. I mentioned last week, if any student is in a situation overseas, or they're in a situation here where they're working or have to work on Saturday and can't do the test, would you email me? And when I say overseas, I have a normally a 10 o'clock, well, it is a 10 o'clock start for everybody. For countries up to and states up to 3 hours behind New South Wales, I'm expecting that you will be out of bed and ready to do the test at 7 a.m. in the morning. However, I've got some students who are studying in the Middle East. I don't expect you guys to be up at 2:30 in the morning doing this class test. And I am more than willing to make another time for you to do this. And what I am thinking is I will do that test later on Saturday with you as you get to your morning in your location. So I don't want those people who are further than 3 hours behind us having to get up and having to get up at 5:30 in the morning at their local time, and then do all their ablutions and have breakfast and get dressed and be starting a test at 6 a.m. in the morning. That's not what my intention is. 7 o'clock is reasonable, but if you need some further consideration by me to run that test at a more appropriate time for you, by all means, contact me by email. I will respond back to you during the week, and we'll get a mutually satisfying time for when you can sit that paper. Okay, enough of that said. All right, I might. Okay, I've got preparing for your resume. I won't do the resume yet. I think what I'll do is I will go back to the Moodle, and I'll just deal with all the class test issues right now. So I'll open up the class test instructions. Okay, for those of you that seen this yesterday, it has been modified with that highlighted detail in the towards the bottom of the page. So these are the instructions for the class test. When you open the class test up on Saturday, this same instruction sheet will be on that. Because you will have read it and fully understood it, it will not be in your 10 minutes reading time. The 10 minutes reading time will be for you to read the questions through, because you will know what's expected out of this. Okay, so to quickly run through this, it will start at 10 a.m. on Saturday, the 6th of August. It will cover the lecture materials and the workshop material in weeks 1, 2 and 3. Okay, it will be conducted as an online test, and you are required to complete your answers on the answer template provided for this test. That template is in this week's Moodle material. I'll get to that shortly. Okay, the time allowed is 75 minutes plus 75 minutes for you to complete the test, plus an extra 10 minutes, which takes the total time up to 85 minutes, including the reading time. So you don't have to sit there and read for 10 minutes and then start the test. You can start any time you like, and I have allowed you 85 minutes nominally effective time to upload that. To complete the test. Then a further 20 minutes is allowed for you to scan or to photograph, combine your sheets into a single PDF, and then upload your submission onto the Moodle as a single PDF. Okay. As far as the test is concerned, there's 8 questions in the test, and the marks available that I have made for the test is 45 marks, and there are 35 marks in part A and 10 marks in part B. So effectively, you'll be marked out of 45. I will divide that by 3, and that will be your mark for the test out of 15. All right, as far as the marks available for each question, part A, there are 7 questions. They're each valued at 5 marks each. Mathematically, that's 78% of the available marks. Part B is 1 question, and that represents 10 marks and 22% of the available marks. So what I suggest you do is you do the division of how many minutes you need to spend on each question. When you're doing a test, the idea behind doing a test or an examination is to get as many marks as you can. So I suggest you do the questions in order of preference that best suits you to get as many marks as you can. So in that reading time, you might spend some time reading each of the questions and then work out which question order you will write your answers in to maximise the amount of marks. All right, so under point 6, the class test is to be completed without any assistance from others. Okay, you answer all the questions in the, you're able to use any of the course issued resources available to you. Okay, so in answering those questions, answer all of the questions in your own handwriting. So that is with a pen. Okay, you can write those on the answer template. If you want to write them on your own pages and sheets, I'm fine with that. You will need to label each question clearly, leave a few lines between each question so that I know where the separation points are. And at the top of your pages, you'll need to put page number, and on the first set of pages, put your name and your student ID. Okay, and as I've said, answer the questions in any order that you want. Okay, and any form of electronic answering, I'm not marking. So some students have asked me, can we use an electronic pen and mark up the answers on the template and then put that together? No. Print the template out, handwrite. I want you to improve your handwriting. That's part of this detail within the course. Okay, so follow those instructions. It's clear for all. I expect even for everybody doing it that way. Okay, I put this sheet up over the weekend. I have since changed it this afternoon, and I highlighted the words uploaded as a single file as a PDF, just to make sure that everybody's on the understanding of what's happening there. So you will see here, I've said effectively for after 10 o'clock, you've got 105 minutes to complete all your answers and make your submission. If you've done the practice, you'll probably be able to cut that compilation time of the scanning, photographing and PDFing of your document to way less than 20 minutes. So it probably gives you a bit more time to answer questions. Okay, but that's your judgment. Any omitted pages not able to be submitted after the 105 minutes has been expired. The problem is if you omit a page, of course this only allows for one PDF upload. You will need to email me those additional pages. As I've said, if it's a genuine mistake, I will get that through from you very close to 11:45 when the 105 minutes expires. I'm not concerned if it's a minute late. Okay, given the amount of writing that will be on it, I'll know that it's a genuine oversight by yourself, and I will include that in the marking. All right, so be aware of that. If I get a person that just submits one page, okay, and then emails me the other pages, I'm not going to be happy. So make sure that you know how to combine your pages as a PDF document. Okay, point 8, if for any reason uploading your submission onto the Moodle is unavailable, so you've got a situation where either the internet shuts down or you can't upload before, or the Moodle shuts down before 11:45, then email me your file, okay, and use my email address as indicated there. And if you need to speak with me during the test, I will have the telephone able to be accessed, so just give me a call. That is the local Sydney number. If you're calling me from overseas, you'll obviously have to put the Australia dial code in substitute of the 0, and so it'll be 61 and then 2 and then that other number. Okay, so can't make it any more plain than that. You've got everything that you need to be aware of. Okay, I'll go back to the Moodle again. Okay, here is the answer sheet template. For those of you that haven't opened it, it requires you to put your name, your ZID, answer all the questions in your own handwriting using a pen, so that's bold enough for you. And then for question A, I've asked you to give me 5 items in that, so there'll be obviously 1 mark each. I've given you 3 lines. You may finish that off in a line or a line and a half. You don't have to fill up every line throughout this template. I've given you a template that's long enough, I expect. Okay, so run down through question 1, you'll have 5 inputs there. In question 2, I've given you some statements, and all that you have to do is pick one of two words. So you'll just pick the word that goes into this, and you'll do this for statement A, statement B, all the way through to statement E. So you'll be able to easily write those words into that. So as I've said, rather than just writing out your answers on paper, if you can use this template, do so, guys. It's easy for you, and it's worth your while to go and find a friend who's got a printer to print out the template for you to answer back on. Okay, question 3, 5-mark question. I've given you 8 or 10 lines there to write on. That'll be more than sufficient. In question 4, it's in 2 parts. Part B has 3 distinct elements with it, so you may be able to answer that in 1 line or a few words, or you may need to just expand that to a couple of lines. So you're given 3 lines each, plenty of room there to write your answers. As I say, you haven't got to fill up every line on the page. That's not what it's about. Okay, question 5, space for you to include your answers. Same thing with question 6. Okay, question 7 has got an A and a B in it, so you've been given sufficient space there. It's got an A, B, C and D, so again 5 elements there. I'm expecting that you will answer that in probably 1 or 2 lines for each part at most, to be able to get through that outline. Okay, and the last question is question 8, which is in part B. It's worth 10 marks, and I've filled up the page with lines, and I've filled up the next page. I'm not expecting that you will need to write the whole of that out, but clearly it's got twice the amount of work in it than the 5-mark question, so make sure you apportion your time accordingly. If you muck up one question and you want to rewrite an answer for it, okay, just put a single line through it, okay, and say question 7, for instance, if that was the one, is at the end of the paper. And so you can use the remaining part down here, write in your question here, question 7 or question 6, whatever it be, and then give the new answer. Okay, so I can follow those instructions reasonably, and you can work accordingly. So you'll see here that the pages are all numbered. So when you're scanning and compiling your work together, make sure that you pick up all your pages. Some of you or somebody will do it wrong, but I'm trying to minimize that detail. When you're scanning your document off, okay, you're just going to put your name and your ZID number. You can do that right now after you printed it off, so you haven't got to worry about that again. So it's about how you prepare for this class test. Okay. All right, what I would, if I were you and I was studying for this, I would have my lecture material on hand. I would have some of the workshop detail that I've worked on hand as well, because you may get some guidance out of that. As far as the questions go, the questions will be about the application of the knowledge and not so much on the definitions that have been used in the lecture notes. I expect that you'll understand the lecture notes, so I haven't got to test definitions, but what I'm seeing for postgraduate students, it's about the application and putting this to particular circumstances. Okay. For instance, in the leadership styles, I'm not going to ask you what a laissez-faire leadership style is or an autocratic leadership style. I expect that you'll understand those, but I would expect you that you would understand how those leadership styles might work on a project. Okay, so that's the sort of application detail that I'm thinking of. What are the good things and what are the bad things that can come for those different leadership styles on projects? Okay, and be aware that all leadership styles can be used on a project. It's how that person adapts to the project itself. So that goes together. All right, I haven't got a lot more to say on that at this point. So, okay. So I'm just looking here. I've got a few more questions come up. I haven't been looking at this as you guys have printed those. Yeah, so for those of you that are looking online at the moment and weren't at the lecture, all of this material and the answer sheet template and the platform that you're using is actually in this week's detail. And in terms of the class test will come up under the green heading where you see here. And on my Moodle, which is slightly different to you, you can see class test 1 is hidden at the moment, hidden from students. And I don't want both of these portals open at once. If I open this up, and I'm just curious on this at the moment. Okay, so this is how the template will open for you on Saturday. You'll have the class test as a PDF in here. Okay, and this is, you will then submit and upload your work at the end of the time for that. Now, the reason I've opened this is you guys can see here, there's 82 participants, including me. So there's 81 students here that are doing the course. So far, I've only got 3 submissions from students who have taken the time out to write a couple of lines or a few lines to answer those 2 questions. I don't want a lot from you. My chief point in this is for you to photograph or scan to see the quality of what you're uploading and then to combine it as a single PDF to upload it. So I want you to do that. If you do that practice, you'll work out how long it will take you of that 20 minutes to upload your work. All right, so that's what I'm trying to get effect to. If you get that under control pretty quickly, okay, what you will find is you'll have, out of that 105 minutes, you'll estimate how much time you want to write answers for and enough time to scan and upload. Okay, so that's what I'm asking of that detail to you. All right, this is not compulsory. You'll be not marked nor graded against it. Okay, it's purely for you to actually understand how to combine PDFs and make sure that the document that you're uploading is readable. Okay, enough said. Yeah, so this will shut on Friday night at 6 p.m. Okay, so that's this detail. And from Saturday morning, you will actually see before 10 a.m. this portal open, and it will look in this format. But the PDF will not open for you to access until after 10 a.m. So if you open the portal and you don't see this, it means that you've opened it before 10 a.m. and consequently you'll need to probably just go back, okay, and after 10 a.m. reopen the portal, and then you'll be able to see this set of questions open up for you. The set of questions is only 2 pages. Questions 1, sorry, it's 3 pages. It's got the cover sheet, which has got all the instructions. You will have known that. It has part A on the second page, and it has part B with a single question on the 3rd page. Okay, so away that goes. Okay, let's see what else have we got. So I'm not going to move the class test answer template. I'll presume that you'll all access that this week from these week 3 materials, and you'll answer that in instructions. I'm not going to move that as well. Okay, and so that goes together. Okay, and I've just said here, print out the numbered sheets. There's 5 sheets as your class test 1 submission template. Okay. Oops, I shouldn't have gone there. Let's go back to this. Oops, that's the wrong one as well. It doesn't concern you. 9742. Right, so I'm getting back to the workshop material, but I think what I'll do now is I'll deal with these questions that you put online, so that at the end of the lecture tonight in the workshop, it'll minimise the rest of the questions, and we'll deal with that. So where do we get down to? Okay. Okay, so the question is, Okay, so the last question that I wrote, so it's fine to handwrite answers on our A4 paper or not. Yes, you can. That's your call. Okay, and that was reinforced with another student saying, I think it's okay as long as you know what order you're answering in. Just don't not answer a question because you miss one out. Okay, the next question is there a similarity check for test 1? Okay, with 80 students in the class, I will be the marker of this work. So what will happen is I will mark question 1 first, and what I do is I mark question 1 running through everybody's question 1. Because there's only 80 students here, I will get a fair indication as to whether students have copied from one another, and it's really easy for me to find out. So if you're thinking about working together, I strongly suggest you don't, okay, because what will happen is that I will find that out and it will get reinforced in other questions as well. So I have ways of checking that out. So is there a similarity check? Yeah, it's me and I'm doing all the marking, so be aware of that, guys. I want your work. I don't care that you write down the wrong answers for somebody else. I don't want you to do that. I want your best answers. Okay, next question is, do we need to insert some picture or diagram into the dot point brief? The answer is that's up to you. Okay, it chews up a lot of space. However, a smart way to present some information may be by tables and not a lot of description. Okay, so I'll leave that for you to consider as how you write your dot point brief, as to what you tabulate. Maybe you put some pictures in there if it's necessary for that, or if you want to do graphs and charts and that type of thing, that could save you a lot of writing, and maybe you talk about differences with what you've presented rather than explaining everything. All right, next question. For the class test, are the reference reading materials assessed too? At this stage, I'm not going to draw direct questions from the reference materials that you've read. However, if you've read them and you've read the materials, you'll understand and you'll be able to draw on that from what you've read. But I'm not asking direct questions out of the reference material, okay? Just your workshop material and your lecture notes. Okay, next question. Will the in-class test submission portal close at 11:45? No, it will close at midday for the reasons that I've explained. If somebody has a late start and they've got a legitimate late start, I will see that their portal is not opened until late. So it gives me opportunity to allow them to submit on the portal. But as far as you're concerned, if you open, and I'm expecting everybody to, if you open at 10 AM, you need to have your submission uploaded within 105 minutes later, which makes that 11:45. Do you have class in-test papers? No, I don't. And the reason for that is I changed my lecture material for CBEN 9742 each year, so it's not exactly the same as previous years, okay? All right, next question is, can we please have the answer sheet template available by Wednesday or Thursday? And so we can print it and keep it ready for use on the test day. I've already answered that question. Another student said it's already there, okay, and so it goes on. Okay, so that's all been made known to you now. The next question is will handwriting tidiness, cross and rewrite, be assessed? No, it won't. However, it's got to be in a form that I can read it, guys. Okay, so if it's not relatively clear, I can't give you the marks that you'll deserve it of. So spend the time with the handwriting, okay? And what am I saying to you here is when you get to industry, your handwriting and your communication of ideas from handwriting, as against everything else that you're doing, which is online using computers, the handwriting will be required from time to time. So you need to get some practice on it. This is just one mechanism where I'm doing it. There will be other tests that I will give you through the term where you will be doing maybe some online matching for answers from a list, or you'll be doing some multiple choice questions. So not everything will be handwritten. Okay, so this is just one for me at this point. All right, next question. Okay, so this is going back to where you can find the materials. I said it was in week 3. One of the students has written here, I'm unable to find on my Moodle page. That must be the template, the instructions. It's in week 3, and that was quoted, and yeah, so it goes on. Okay, so that particular student's now found it. What do we name the uploaded file in the PDF? You can just call it by your name and call it test 1, or you can just call it test 1 and put your student number there. Because you're uploading it, it goes into your portal. I know who has submitted on that basis. Okay, so away that charge. What I suggest you do, guys, is probably put your name. And I haven't got any students of the same name, so put your surname and put class test 1, and that would be a reasonable way to deal with it. Okay, but I will be able to identify who's done what from the Moodle. All right, I've answered all the questions at this stage on the class test. I've been through the templates, I've been through the explanations with you. Do have a go at that trial test for combining your pages together and checking that your handwriting is legible for what you've photographed or what you've scanned, and it's pretty good. Because your dot point brief has been finished and going to be, sorry, because it will be finished and submitted in week 4, I'm going to have a real go on Sunday of doing the marking of this class test, and hopefully I'll have all the marks back for you on Monday night. Okay, so that's what I'm proposing to do. I'm allowed to take a lot more time than that, but I've got no other marking that I need to do. So I'm going to try and do the marking for class test 1 on Sunday and Monday and get those results back to you Monday night. So hopefully I'm effective on that. If I miss out, you'll hear about it on Monday night, and if that be the case, you'll get the answers back probably Tuesday. But plan is to have all of those marks back to you on Monday night, and I will go through the solutions on Monday night in the workshop anyway. Okay, so that should work well for everybody. All right. Now, another thing that I have noticed through the week is I don't think you are all looking at the discussion board. I've answered everybody's questions, but what I'm seeing through the discussion board is people aren't reading some of the answers that I've given. Okay. If I keep getting the same questions being asked by students, I'm just going to come back, I'll say read the discussion board, and refer you back to the discussion board. So please keep up with the traffic on a day-to-day basis. I'm doing my part for this, and I'm trying to get back to students within a day of them putting their questions up. For those that have put their questions up today, they've been answered. And this one here, for instance, by Rachel, I didn't answer this today. Okay, what you'll find there's a network of questions of 4 deep, and I've answered 4 different responses. This is my most, this is the most recent response, and I know there that Rachel said, okay, I understand from my answer, that was just her feedback. But that had been going since the 22nd of February, that repartee across 3 or 4 different questions. Okay, they're easy to follow. If I just open this up, for instance, you'll see the questions. Okay, as the question comes in, this was done on Monday. I responded to that on Monday, so that was only half a day and on the same day. Next question came in at 2:40 on the Sunday. I answered that on Monday at, when was that, 12:59, so that's coming up to Monday night. Okay, and yeah, so it's being responded to pretty reasonably. Okay, so but I need you guys to actually read this through. It will help you on the way through, and it will answer the questions and save you waiting on a response from me. Okay, because the question that one of you asks, another 10 want to know the answer to in any way. Okay. All right, so you can see on my Moodle at the moment, there's only one post that's undone. If I open this up, okay, Eric has put this in and Bo and Lynn has responded to it about the class tests. I'll answer that now. So this particular student doesn't have a printer at home. I can only handwrite my answers on paper and photograph it and upload it. I'm happy with that. Okay, so in the meantime, if you're doing your class test, you might, in this case for this particular student, you might write out table 2 and form yourself up a small template there where you can just write those single word answers into that template, and you've effectively made your own template for that purpose. Okay, so the way it runs. Okay, but be mindful of what I've said. Because you're dealing with all of your courses online now, you're going to have other tests throughout the term, and at the end of the term, you may need a printer as part of your hardware in working online. As I said, you can buy those relatively cheaply, and I suggest you invest for your own educational purposes. I'm not sure where you're living, but I'm expecting that that's probably tax deductible as well as a resource for you for your learning. All right. Okay, I've answered all of those details. Okay. Here is your submission portal for your reflective journal. I've got to alter the date on that, but sorry, that's for your reflective journal. That's closed at this stage. I've yet to open and incorporate a portal for your dot point brief. That will open first. Okay, and I'm not going to open this portal probably until around about week 8, and that's opportune so that, again, I don't get class tests being put into it, and so I've only got one portal open at a time for you. Okay, if I go back to the lecture material, and we're in the workshop, so week 3 workshop. Okay, so the week 3 workshop, I was down at the last elements in this. So the next element I've got is preparing your resume. The presentation file was issued in week 1. It will be discussed in the workshop. For those of you seeking a job at the end of term or the end of this year, you need to really commence writing on your resume at this stage. If you prepare a resume hastily, it will generally have mistakes in it. You need to remember that in dealing with written communication, your skills are on display in submitting your covering letter and your resume. If there's spelling mistakes in it or grammatical mistakes, the chances of you getting to interview are going to be severely reduced. So it's a time-dependent thing. My general outline to you in getting a job in sending a resume is purely a numbers game. I think I said in the first instance that if you're trying to get to an interview, you'll probably have to send out 20 resumes to get one request for interview. To go through a number of interviews to get a job, it will probably take some of you guys 4 or 5 times. So straight away, I'm now looking at 80, possibly 100 resumes with covering letters needs to be sent out to actually get you employed. That is a numbers game. The sooner you start with that, the better chance you have of getting that employment offering. As I said in week 1, if you get to the stage that you get called up for an interview and you don't really want the job, take the interview anyway. If the guy is really impressed with you and you can't go to work now because you're a full-time student or you've got other commitments that don't allow you to become employed at that time, if the person's keen on you, they will probably have you contact them at another convenient time later in the year to then discuss your opportunity again with them. Okay, so there's nothing lost there. The worst you can do is turn an interview down and not take the job. And generally the uptake after that is you'll still be of value to that organisation. It's just a matter of sorting out the timing differences between you and them. Okay, so away it goes. All right, I will show you where the resume is in week 1, and you can have a look at that in a moment. Okay, reflective journal, not a lot of changes to this, so I've just kept that going. But one of the students, or sorry, I didn't put up the reflective journal marking criteria. That's included for this week. So structure, following the predetermined format will be at 14%. The quality of your journal entries addresses the required weeks within the term, so that's weeks 1 to 5, week 7 and week 9, so you need entries for each of those. You're relating that on a personal detail in how you write your journal, and the sorts of things that will be in there is how the learnings for each week impact upon you, or things that you recognise that you need other training and development in, or things that will happen in industry when you get into that as to what you need to do next, and that will vary between. So it's about relating this course and its outcomes to your experience and what you want to develop into the future. The writing that you submit is informative and interesting. Okay, they're all worth 15% so far. The writing articulation has inspirational elements to it and is unique, and it's about you. It's about how you personalise that. Some of that will include pictures. Some of that might be a scorecard, which one person had seen or questioned me on previously with some of the templates that are there. Some of you may have put graphs and charts to indicate things and then talked about the differences. Okay, so how you get the most effect with the writings on those 3 pages for each week is the key part to that. Limited repetition of the notes and the reading. I've read all that stuff before and I know the workshop material, so you need to bring focus of why those elements are important or unimportant to you, and that's worth 10%. Your grammar style and proper English and spelling and sentence structure is worth 10%. And in terms of the Harvard referencing, I don't want plagiarism, but I do want the referencing for your journal. And I've said there that the journal can be referenced weekly, so you can put a reference list at the end of each chapter, or you can combine all of your references at the end of the journal and just do one reference page at the end. So if you're doing that, you should have your journal already set up so that when you put your references in, you cut that into the last page already, and you just keep adding to that and altering the format for it in Harvard author surname alphabetical order, and you do properly reference the author and the year in each of your weeks. So that can be seen as proper Harvard referencing throughout the document. Okay, you each should be presently writing your journal. This is now week 3, so you should be up somewhere about 8 or 9 pages of writing by the end of this week. Do not make it too late to start, because you'll have other assignments, other class tests in the case of this course to be studying, and you will get yourself really boxed in with a huge amount of writing to do at the end of the term when you least need it. So a little bit each week is the correct way to deal with this, and I will be marking the reflective journal probably out of 100, and these are the percentages that it will go back to, and then I'll convert that to a mark out of 35% on the downscaling of that 100% or 100 mark allocation. Okay, so that covers the journal. If there are any other questions, I'll take those. The last thing that I just want to go back to is week 1. Okay, and the resume and covering letter I've made available to you. So you need to read through this, understand what the purpose of a resume is, see how I've written this. I'm more than happy for you to send me a resume. Do it by email. I don't expect you to put that to me other than that, because it's your private resume. I'll deal with that on a one-on-one private basis. I will help you throughout the term as you need assistance and guidance for that, and we go from there. So it's really straightforward with what I've got, but again, you need to tailor this to put this information in a format for yourself. For you guys, if you haven't worked before, I'm expecting that you're probably going to have a 4 or 5 page resume by the time you set all this detail out and put all your skills and details. Okay, and your covering letter should be 1 page long. Okay, so I could spend another hour on this. I won't do that because it's coming up towards 9 p.m. If any of you have got specific questions, put the questions on the discussion board and I'll deal with that for everybody's sake. But don't list your resume on the Moodle. Send it to me by email and I will respond back to you with what you put up. Okay. Covering letter, all of the details for that. So it goes on. All right. And I've told you even what to put in the paragraphs on your letter, of how to deal with that, how you sign it off. Put yours faithfully when you sign off on a letter. The reason you put that, it's not yours sincerely. You do not know the person that you're writing to, and you've not met them before. So yours faithfully is the right way to do it. If you're writing back to this person after further correspondence with them, or you may have met them in interview, you can then use yours sincerely then. Okay. All right, so last bit here, last point on the page, remember your written communication skills are on demonstration with your application. So spelling, punctuation, set out is really important for resumes. It's very important that you get that right. Okay, I'm going to stop with that. I'll go back to the Moodle. Okay, I'm done as far as the lecture material to go. One final reminder, if you're overseas and you are more than 3 hours different to Sydney time, I'm quite happy to set you another time during the day on Saturday to set the examination. Okay, so it will probably be after midday, given that I'll be dealing with students that are, the majority of students that are doing the test between 10 and quarter to 12. And then if students want a time to sit that from overseas to account for that time lag, I'll do that through the afternoon and give you your test at a later stage. So it goes. All right. Okay, next question is, for the reflective journal, we are mandatory to write 7 weeks of journal. Week 8 is an optional. Okay, so you'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll miss 6. You'll do 7, and you'll do 9, and you have the option to do week 8. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. Okay, so there's at least 7 weeks, and week 8 is the optional, which would make 8 weeks in total. Okay, so that's it for the night, guys, unless there's more questions. Okay, we're just heading up to closure at 9 o'clock, and I'll stop at this stage. Okay, yeah, there's any questions, stick them on the discussion board and I'll deal with it that way. And we'll run from there. Okay, thank you for your participation. I'll hopefully see all of you online on some stage on Saturday with the class test. Okay, good luck to you all.